Hi all, my name is Kat, and welcome to my channel in this body doubling session. I'm a bit of a chatty tasker, but if you prefer minimal chat, I have some other videos where I don't talk as much. Links in the description. Everyone is welcome here during these body doubling sessions. I work on current illustrations. If you don't know what body doubling is, it is a strategy to stay on task and get things done. More information and a link in the description. During this body doubling session, I'll be using a Pomodoro technique, not the Pomodoro technique. This one is different because we start with an hour and take a 10-minute break, then we go to 50 minutes with another 10-minute break, and so on until we hit 20 minutes, which will be our last stretch. Let's get started.
Hello, hello, hello. That's the wrong button. I was playing with the fur babies this morning. Lost track of time, guys. I'm super sorry. I will probably be repeating this, depending on, if this already comes on. I'm sure that they will. Why, bro? Why? Woot. God, the sensitivity. Maybe the sensitivity on my mic is turned up way too high. I don't know. Ooh, that's a fun experience. Hi, baby. I've got the fuzzy ones sitting on my lap. Okie dokie. Oh. That's why I need to pull up. Oh. I can totally have one of those this morning. Yeah, I didn't get home until like 11 last night, so I'm kind of just out there. Okie dokie, Smokey. Yeah, getting into getting back into things in the morning is always so much fun. We are going to be finishing this guy up probably by the second hour of today's session, and we will start on the next one. It's too freaking early in the... What are you... No, you can't have candy. Literally this little... So I've got, Switch. This little jerk literally is sitting here sniffing out the suckers that I have sitting on my desk, and he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna go and take one of them. Like, straight up. What the hey, man? What the hey? Hey, not at all. I absolutely need to do that myself. So I went, so last night I, was out at a friend's, shop, and I started talking to people and I was showing off my Threadless account. I got so many giggles, on the, shirts, so, but yeah, no, absolutely, that is something I need to do. So any insights that you have would be absolutely great. So a little bit about me. I'm a very trusting person. I will take things at face value because honestly, I don't have the brain power to sit there and try and figure stuff out. I really don't. And it's not because I'm incapable of doing so, but it is because, it is because there is enough going on inside my head that at least 3 different people would need to be sat down and take that stuff. Like, there are 3 conversations going on in my head at any one time unless I am completely drowning them out by using 100% of my brain. Anyways, so, I know that you should be able to see it, but the, Emperor's New Clothes New Clothes shirt, that one actually supports, voters' rights. So, I thought it was appropriate. But this is why I take things at face value. If I am forced to go and sit there and have to actively try and figure shit out, one of 2 things is going to happen. I'm either going to have to sit there and actually go, if I have to sit there and actually go and do research on something, one of 2 things are going to happen. One, I'm either really, really going to like it, or I will absolutely be like, no, don't ever. And that's one reason why I don't support certain animal rights groups, because they are way more dangerous than just letting things go, and why I will support other animal rights groups. Like, I know that I've talked about shooting a dog on here before, but again, this is, yeah, it's absolutely dangerous. It's absolutely dangerous. But, you know, like I said, I have talked about shooting a dog on here before. But the thing about it is that that wasn't out of animal cruelty. If anything, it is to protect animals. You know, because yeah, animal cruelty can happen at the hands or whatever of other animals. However you want to go and put it. Anyways, so, you know, there is reality with that. Oh yeah, that's one reason why I like Threadless. You know, they have global initiatives, they have all of those kind of stuff. Like, if there's a certain cause, it's one reason why I won't necessarily support the anti-gun ones that they have on there. I understand why they have them. I absolutely do. But there's a reason why it's a Second Amendment right. Okay? Because I forget what movie it was, but there was a movie and that I saw. I don't remember how old I was, but it definitely is the reason. It's definitely the reason why why I will always support gun rights, because it was very, very clear. And we're still seeing, we are seeing the results of it even now, which is what happens when people who have guns and people who don't have guns go against each other. Unfortunately, the people with guns will always win. And whether they have them legally or illegally, it doesn't matter. But yeah, there are some things, there are idiosyncrasies with a lot of this stuff. So I'm not saying that. Oh yeah, exactly. So yeah, no, but going back to the like support things or the charities and causes that Threadless does, that is why I like Threadless. They are like, up until they actually show or there's research that they're doing bad things, I will be a staunch supporter of them. Even though they don't have like all the best stuff, Printful has some really, really nice stuff. But yeah. No, I think that those are really, really good. I definitely know that there is that they have the differences in there. So, yeah. If you want to get started on something that has charity causes and everything. From what I understand, it's really good. I know that Little Trash Maid uses them, which is how I had initially looked at them, and I was like, oh, the charity causes, that's cool. And then I got into Little Trash Maid, and they use Threadless, and that's all I need to know, because they are primarily about global initiatives to take care of that. I don't know what it is. It's probably not as good as Printful. I do like Printful, but their timelines are off a little bit around Christmas time, which I know makes sense, but I made a custom rash guard and a custom rash guard and bikini, well, swimsuit, 2-piece swimsuit, and it took about a week longer than they expected, and I was already at Bonaire. So I will say that Printful has very, very good printing capabilities. I don't know about Threadless. I have not had the chance to actually be able to do a test print of their stuff, but yes. Even, I figure it's decent quality. But if you look, all the things that I have on there, they are not on posters. None of the prints are on posters, or none of them are on posters, so they are not, because I don't know what that quality is. But yes. I do need to fine tune the site. But until I get to a certain point, or yeah, I'm holding off on fine tuning it at the moment. Until I get other things taken care of in my personal life. That is thing. Oh yeah. No, I would definitely. Nice, yeah. I would go for it. Yeah, I'm working on it. I am working on it. Hopefully, hopefully some things pan out soon. But who knows? The way my life's going. What's funny is that I'm about on track. I'm about on track compared to the things. Ooh, tell the dream. Okay. Okay. Oh no. Nice. And that's when you know your brain has actively been working. Oh yeah, no. That's definitely a thing. So, I came across this thing for influencers and for social media and stuff. And I will give out this information absolutely for free because I also got it for free. But it might be helpful. Let me go and pull up the little thing. Wait, it's not, it shouldn't be in there. It should be in here. Date modified. That's really? That makes no sense. Maybe it's in demos. Right, and that's the okay, so yes, that would be no. Ah. Oh, cool. It's gonna rain today. Ah, yes, here it is. Okay. So this is something that I'm going to, this is one of the things I'm wanting to change. Because I couldn't figure out how to do it. And I came across this and I was like, yes, this makes sense. Okay, so because we're creators, this will be a little bit more, you know, like an artist statement type thing. It says to free 99, right? Right, exactly. So this'll help. So create your pillars. Identify your pillars, topics that you want to talk about on a consistent basis. I would choose 4. Or I chose 4. They have 5 on here that they go and use as examples. But and I will also talk about that too. You know, not feeling accomplishment and downplaying them. So that is that's definitely a thing. Okay, so I chose 4 pillars for myself because any more than that is going to be really, really a thing, or is going to be too much to keep track of. One of the pillars is honesty. That's why I try not to give too much fluff. I will give my opinions, but I will also be, and the other one of my other pillars is a journey. I can be honest, but at the same time recognize that I am going to make changes and there is going to be growth. So those opinions over time may change, but it is in recognition that, hey, these things may change and I'm sorry if they do. But okay, so you have your pillars, and then you go and create your word bank. Okay, so you take each one of the pillars and do this individually. And for each pillar, you create a list of verbs that reflect that pillar of yours. And then you go and create, with that same pillar, you go and create a list of adjectives. So a list of verbs and a list of adjectives that have to do with that pillar. And then you repeat it for however many pillars you have, which is why I limited it to 4. And it may go down to 3 simply because, or 2, depending on how many verbs and things I can actually find that relate to this. And that's your word bank. Those are the things that you talk about with these things. Those are the words that you use, and it's your word bank. So those are the things that you use to go and describe whatever it is that you're talking about, which is freaking fantastic and a genius way to move. So like honesty and growth, or journey. Journeys are all about growth, and honesty is about being open and, talking about things that do affect my life, things like, that are going on and that will affect my work. So there is that. Now, in regards to exactly. So it's a very super simple exercise. This is something that I am working on. So the examples that they present is empowerment, pursuing your destiny with passion, transformation, overcoming obstacles, and authenticity. Yeah, they don't actually provide an example for the provide an example for creating your word bank, but it shouldn't be, like a single word for each of the verbs, and for each of the adjectives, like use the verb, or like for each of the verb, or so that way you have the verbs that you can use. Like if you're looking for something, shit, I don't have my notebook with me, but like for each of the verbs, or for each of the pillars, you're talking about this way, those verbs and adjectives are included, and you're still talking about your pillars, maybe not in exactly the same way each time, but you have things that reflect that. So instead of just using the noun, you're using, things to describe it. Definitely one word. Content pillars. Yeah. Well, I mean, what is it that you want your work to reflect? What is it that you want to say with your work? What is the stuff that inspires you or whatever? Use those as your pillars for your things. That's why I included growth or journeying, because that is growth. That every piece I do is a part of a journey, and each one of them is individually a journey. And so I learn something from each one of them. Each piece that I do, I learn something new. I get faster. I am able to make the decisions quicker, and my line work becomes smoother. Things like that, And it doesn't just have to be content pillars, it's not just content pillars. It is the things of how you would describe your life. What are your values? Essentially, yeah. And by all means, go take it, flourish. But that's the way I'm approaching this. Is the pillars on this are my values. What are my values? Exactly. So, that's exactly one of those things, and so I am going to use this. Well, I mean, but you just did. You value being an artist, being a mom, and being a bi person of color. Those are the three main pillars for you, right? Exactly. You just said it. So absolutely, and then you go and have and learning is also a part of that journey, So this is something that I am going to apply to myself. This is also something that I am wanting to bring into some other projects I am working on outside of my own work that I am doing. So there's that. And neurodivergent. Yes. These are the things that are important to you. I am very much try to limit it. That's why I was like, okay, I have very, very broad things, and these are the things I want to go and do and talk about, and I'll straight up say that I am not I need to go and put that, hey guys, these are opinions. These are not facts. Unless I am starting to quote very specific things, these are not facts. 90% of this is opinions and experience. This is not like a thing. Unless I present a very much hey, here is my source stuff that I actually got this from. This is not a thing. So there is that. But going back to your statement of, not knowing. Yeah. I try, right? Because as you go and do stuff, you are not just, how do I put this? Actually, you know what? Skip that. I will maybe come back to it because I can't think of anything on that right now. I did have something, but it slipped away. And yes. Okay, so going back to your statement earlier about your achievements and everything. So what happens, and I saw this on a video on Instagram. I am following them. I don't remember what their name is at the moment, and I do apologize, guys. But they had a video that was talking about how people feel with their achievements. What was interesting is that certain people, I don't know what group they specified, if any, but there are a group of people like myself and like Lizardi that okay, I'm still in teacher mode and everything, and boss mode. last night I had some interesting things going on in which I needed to be in that mode. So I very, very much am still in that mode. So there was an interesting little thing that I came across that talked about your achievement base, or your baseline for what is actually really, really good. So for myself, and it would appear for Lizardi, that whenever we achieve something that other people praise, that is our baseline. That is like, okay, this is where we need to consistently be at. And anything that is very, very low before that, or that is lower than that baseline, is where we need to improve on. In reality, the things where we are, the things where we are not like achieving like praise for, that is in reality, that is our baseline. That is what our baseline should be, because anything that we're getting like praise for, that, you know, we're getting awards for, those are actual achievements. And it has shifted, like learning that has shifted my views on that. And so those praises, the things I'm working on, you know, those are things that I'm like, okay, these are things I actually do know for a fact that are worthy of talking up. These are things that I have been praised for. These are things that I have been, in many, many cases, been documented on. So that is that was a very moment shift. That shifted a lot of things. And I have noticed that since I've had that shift, I have started talking about myself and what I'm capable of doing. Very, very much so. Like very, very much so. But it's a subtle shift at the moment, but it is gaining momentum. It is gaining traction. And therefore it is, there is those changes. I hope that that's helpful for you, Lizardi. I have no idea if it is. Like my experiences will not be anyone else's experiences, because every experience is different. I always hate people saying that, and I feel very cringe saying it, but it is a true fact. It is a true fact, because not every experience is the same. So I hope that that is helpful. That is one of my but going back to the pillars, that is that is one of my side projects that I am working on, and I'm going to be writing up a script for all my stuff using that kind of thing, because that is as artists, we have to be consistent, like branding and these things. But yeah, so have fun with that. I'm gonna go and use the last like 20 minutes, 15 minutes of this to maybe refine the lines of this stretch. I absolutely have no problems doing this though. Oh right, I'm sitting here doing this. Okay, I lied. I'm not refining the lines. I am changing the shadows on this. Son of a bitch. I need to go and put that down as a thing. So if we don't hear from Lizardi for a while, those are the things that she's working on. I did that, or else her painting. Okay. Hello, baby. Come on, boy. Come on. Good boy. Yes. Oh, I need to paint. I mean, you know, I can't say anything. However, I definitely showed off the shirts last night, and I got so many giggles. It was amazing. I loved it. Like, there was lots of giggles. No one's bought anything yet, I think, but it's fine. It's fine. One of the people I was talking to, they were actually surprised about one of the shirts, and they're like, "That one should be making you bank." I was like, "Well, I haven't really advertised it at all, It's like, what? You need to go advertise it. Like, God damn it. So, it's like, okay, I'll go do that. That will be a thing I go and do. I have not. I have not. I should go and put that, do you mind if I put his first name and his age on that? So then I can give him credit. That's why. That's why. Be like, Duck was suggested by. Okay. I'm definitely not going to put his last name because that's just like way out there. I mean, yeah, but your last name is definitely not. But I could go with his last name and put the age on there instead. Yeah, let's go and put his I'll go and put his last name on there and his age. While it's uncommon, it shouldn't be too bad. You're not getting the sucker by looking cute, kid. I'm sorry. Oh. I'm sure that there is, but I haven't met very many of them. In fact, I only know one. Really? That's cool. Oh, that's an unexpected effect. Don't mind that, though. It's okay, Bug. Oh yeah, no, I think that works out much better. I need to pull that up. Really? Ah, that's not what I said. Huh. Well... Okay, that would, yep, I'm on the right one. Let's go ahead and do that. Actually, no, you should be over on this side. Okay. And we need to go ahead and... Nope. Nope. Yeah, we need to go and do it. Like that. There we go. Okay. So... Whoops. I'll go and put him in there and then... Yeah. Yeah, in the descriptors. Be like, duck was suggested by... Can I just nickname your husband Whitey McWhiterson at this point? Because now that's more of an inside joke. Of course, it's inside for anyone who starts following me on here and watches all these videos. And at any point he finds he does not want that to be there, I will absolutely go ahead and remove that. I will painstakingly edit the videos. Victor McWhiterson. Oh my god, I love it. I freaking love it! Alright, I need to make you go down that way. Okay. There we go. Actually, maybe not. Yeah, yeah. I really want to go and call him that. That's fair. Yeah, yeah. No, that's absolutely fair. This is the reason why I asked. I will definitely say that, I don't know if it's because I'm online now, or if it's something else, but I am a lot more conscientious about how I interact with people. And like last night, I was talking with one of my friends, and they are one of my mostly online friends, and I am a very huggy person. If I feel very comfortable around somebody, I will go and give them a hug if I feel like they need it. That is very, very much a thing. That being said, I usually go and do the hugs automatically. I don't even think about it. I just go and do it. And last night I feel very proud of myself because I was like, okay, wait, are you okay with me giving you a hug? And they were very surprised at me asking. And but again, I felt very, very proud of the fact that I did ask. But they were okay with me me giving them a hug and everything. So that was definitely shit. That was definitely a thing. I don't think that they were expecting, and I was very surprised at myself about how readily I was able to do that. So because like I said, it has always been such a very, very automatic thing to go and do. But it is something that I have been aware of, and I am actively trying to not limit myself, but be more aware of other people's feelings and things like that. I have more than a few friends who absolutely do not like being hugged or touched or anything like that, which is very, very odd for somebody who absolutely loves giving people a physical attention or physical affection. And that just means hugs, nothing more than that. Maybe a massage on the shoulders. Okay? That's the extent. Like, the absolute extent of that. The rest of that is their significant other's problem. Just saying. They're the significant other's problem. Anyways. But yes. Yeah, absolutely. That is definitely a thing that I am getting into the habit of more and more. It's taken a lot of work. It has taken a lot of work. Because like hugs and that kind of stuff is a part of my love language. You know, that physical connection is a part of my love language. Luckily, I have friends who are very understanding, and fucker, I keep doing that. There we go. So it is it's really nice when they're like, okay, yeah. And but the flip side of it is that the ones who don't want hugs, whenever they do, whenever they're like, okay, you can hug me, makes it even better. Like, makes it 1,000 times better, because you understand that that they are mostly doing it for you because they understand. And the fact that they are willing to go and do that makes it so much better. Those are few and far between. I have one friend who's like, okay, whenever you need your emotional support, I will give you a hug, but please don't try to touch me outside of that. It's like, ah. So, yeah. I'm getting all teary because of it. Thinking about it. Yeah, no, I've got one friend who is like, please stop touching me. Please stop touching me. Please stop touching me. I love them so very, very much, but oh my goodness. Well, you know. I mean, am I wrong? It does, well, at least to me, it makes it so much more special, because they understand that it is my natural response and they are, like I said, they're willing to put themselves in an uncomfortable situation for themselves to accommodate and address my feelings on things. So I try not to do it very often, and I try not to ask them very often for it. So okie dokie, break time. Hello. Ah, bugger. Sorry. I'm still not used to being able to change my PNG tuber, so it's a little wonky. Oh man. Oh my goodness. There we go. Ow, ow, ow. I did not get a chance to go and move around. I had a very fuzzy fur baby on my lap the entire time I was or during break. So it's okay though. Ah, no. Bad cat, bad. Anyways. What are you doing? Okay. Ow, ow. Oh. There we go. What are you doing? Oh, hey, that means I get another piece of candy. I know that sounds like so weird and off the wall. Ah. But it's alright. It's alright. It's okay. Woot. Oh. So, which one of your many paintings are you working on today, Lazardi? God, that sounded weird. I'm so sorry. That sounded super weird. Switch, baby. The spring one. Okay. I know that we've talked about this one. Oh, the one with the flowers. Got it. So like, okay, wait, which one are we talking about? I cannot wait to see how that one goes. That one's definitely got like a lot of Frida Kahlo vibes to it. Okay, so speaking of Frida Kahlo, and yeah, the flower face. Yeah, I knew which one you were talking about. So speaking of Frida Kahlo, I saw, and I want to do it now too. But I saw this amazing video. I don't remember if it was on YouTube or if it was on Insta or if it was on Facebook. But it was this amazing video, and it was all done out of, is it called marzipan? Pretty much moldable sugar. Moldable sugar. And what they did is that they built a hand out of moldable sugar, and they built it from the skeleton up. They went from bones to muscles and tendons to nerve endings to blood vessels to fat layers to skin. Like, it was a very correct anatomical piece of sugar sculpture. It was amazing, and I really want to go and do it. Like that I would definitely want to learn how to go, or that's like Yeah, I want to go and build an entire body, human body, doing that. Now, I know that in fine art colleges, literally colleges that are for the fine arts, they do have their students going and doing that. I know that some sculpture courses and some live anatomy courses also do that too. I did not have that at my college, at least in none of the classes I took. Which, you know, is fair. It's a public college. Anyways, but if I had not seen that made out of sugar, I would, I've seen it done with clay. It's absolutely amazing, and I can appreciate anyone who can do that. Absolutely. But I have never, ever had, the absolute feral desire to go and do it until now. And it's all because it's made out of sugar. My baking brain was just like, oh, yes! You know what? I wonder if... Hi, Bug. Hi, baby Bug. And I wonder... okay, so different notes on a different thing. So I'm wondering if I need to go and make adjustments to my audio profile for on OBS, since I initially had made it prior to the upgrades that I did to the tower and upgraded my BIOS and all that. So I wonder if that is partially the reason why my settings are so jacked up. Anyways, but that's an entirely different thing right there. So I know it's an entirely different, off the wall type thing, but I'm sitting here and watching my bar consistently bouncing into the red parts. I'm like, guys, you should not be bouncing into the red parts. Either that or else I am just overall becoming more and more loud, which could happen. But it's really annoying and it's really pissing me off. Anyways, I know I've been talking about it for freaking ever, but now it's like that itch that I just can't scratch, but I can't scratch it. But I won't be doing it on live stream. Sorry. I have messed with it before on live stream, but I don't think that's particularly appropriate. But that's on me, you know. Oh. You know what? I think I am going to. I probably shouldn't, but I am going to, because it'll make life that much easier to work. No, stop it. Anyways. Anyways. Ooh, freaking A. I'm not dying, I promise. You know what? Dude, I thought I was for a second there. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that works. Oh. Yes, I see the Kit Kat. Do you want up here again? Yes, I see the Kit Kat. I don't know why I did that. Ah, my brain is just like absolutely going. You know you are not supposed to be up on the desk. One of these days you're gonna fall. And then I'm gonna look like a terrible, terrible person. What? Seriously? Damn. Hello. Sweet. Hello. Yes, I see you. Ah. Yes, Switch. I love you very, very much. Hi. 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 Oh, wait. I've already done that one. I think. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Ah. If I shut down, yeah, I'm kind of sorry. Kind of being the important aspect of that statement. Ah, tickly, 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 tickly. Please stop trying to go and do that. Please stop that. Please stop that. Okay. Switch. Please. You're blowing out everyone's eardrums. Yes, you are. Don't bite my nose. Don't bite my nose. Mwah. My cat is all about loves today. Ah! Mwah. 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 You're not drunk, are you? He gave me a dirty look. I know that sounds like a ridiculous question, but here's the thing: is that his sister, his fuzzy sister, really likes whiskey, and I'm just like, bro, please stop drinking out of my cups. It makes life difficult sometimes. No, like she'll just like, okay, so 9 times out of 10, so she likes drinking out of human cups. I don't know why she does though. And it's not because she doesn't have like liquid or fluids or anything, like water and stuff like that. No. She just likes drinking out of human cups. I think it's because she enjoys watching the absolute chaos that unfolds when she does that. But that is why all of my bottles have lids and straws. That is not to say they don't try to rub their faces all over the stuff. Lovely. Yay. Anyways, but she absolutely loves to do that. And usually she will wait until I or others appear to be distracted or we're asleep. And then she'll go and do that. And I'm just like, bro, come on, man. Just come on. My line work is shit-tastic right now. Anyways, so she does that, and I'm just like, bro, come on, really? And there's really not much I can do about it. However, my lovely, intelligent, highly smart cat is a jerk because what she'll do is, but whenever she'll wait until we're distracted. But the other thing about it is that she freaking, Nice. No, for whiskey, she doesn't care if you're paying attention. She'll full on just like dip her paws into that and start drinking. And I'm just like, are you kidding me? And sometimes she doesn't even do that. She'll actually go and stick her full freaking head in. And I'm just like, bro, you can't have that. You cannot have that. That does not mean I go and dump out the fluids for the whiskey, because that's alcohol and it'll kill anything that's in it. So I'm not overly concerned about that. I'm mostly concerned about whether or not my cat's gonna get drunk. I'm just like, are you freaking kidding me? It kills me every time. It's hilarious to an extent. Mind. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, she used to do that with a friend of mine. We had to go, so my roommate, so what we did, I used to work on weekends, and on Sundays, I would have to leave for work. So what I would do to be a nice roommate is I would go and make her coffee, so then she would have coffee for her to wake up to, right? And I would have it on a mug. And then we found out that my cat likes to drink out of everything, and we stopped putting it right next to her face and started putting it up on a shelf. Well, my cat, being the asshole that she is, she very much started learning that kind of stuff. So I had to stop making coffee in the morning unless my roommate was up, at which point it was just like, well, this sucks. Because I wanted to do something nice and my cat won't let me. Ah. You know, that kind of a thing. Ah. Animals are jerks. They are like full on jerks. That is not to say they are the most absolute. That is not to say that I would not absolutely like go to town on anyone who tries to hurt my Kit Kat. But oh my god, son of a bitch. Excuse my language. I'm trying to be better about my cursing. But yeah. No. Animals are weird, and we're all like, please stop doing that. That reminds me. What was it? There was a comic that had a similar premise to it, and I was just like, oh my god, that be the humans! That be the humans! Stop doing that. Stop doing that. That's not good for you. Yes, it is. Arr. Anyways. Oh, man. Okie dokie smoky. Do 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 do. Ah, wait, no. Yay. For a second there, I was like, oh, shit. It's wrong. But that's not the case. Oh no, I need shit things. Alright, I want to make that part of it super stupid big. Okay. And... Alright. Oh, nice! Very nice. Clearly I have it pulled up. I didn't realize that you had, that you had butterflies in that. Let me go and snoop up. There they are. Okay, now I see it. Yeah, I know that you're working on the butterflies, but, like, I didn't realize that they were in there. I was mostly looking at the very, very bright reds and the, Did I mute you? I didn't hear, well... Huh. I don't know, because I didn't hear a ding for it. I do have it, like, open, though, so it's not like... Like a thing. Unless... Oh, that's why. Because I have, I had accidentally turned my whole thing down. Oops. I will mute that for the 3 hours. Nice. Sorry. Okay, there we go. Alright, you are now muted for the 3 hours. Okay. Sorry about that. Crap. Oh well. And it looks like my, character froze. So, I'm gonna turn off my little, like, PNG character. There. Yay! Okay, you are now on mute. Woot! Alright, completely off topic. So I have a ridiculous amount of hair. I do. I have a ridiculous amount of hair. It goes all the way down to the top of my butt. Actually, it's almost a little bit longer than that. So, anyways, so my hair goes to the top of my butt. And because it is much thicker than it appears, like it turns into a giant braid. Like, I'm not even kidding. It is a giant braid. I have divided my hair into two, so now I'm doing like a split braid. And one of my cohorts was like, "Ha, you look like Pippi Longstocking," and I was just like, "Bro, come on, man." It's like, my hair is thick. I don't need like. I still think it's a cute comment, but it is definitely a funny thing. So, oh my goodness. Anyways. All right. I thought I was done. I was gonna be like, I'm done. No, I still have to clean up. Thought I was freaking done with the cleanup. I am literally, I think the only thing that is left for me to do is clean up at this point. I think everything else is done. Alrighty. Time to sign. Dun dun dun. Okay. Where is my signing pen? Yeah, no, this one. Here we go. This is my signing pen. Oh yeah, it's fine. God's bless. Come on, bro. I know it's dumb, but it is what it is. Alrighty. So there is that one. We are going to save as. We're going to open a new folder. And this one is S8. The Donkey Cabbage! That is literally the name of the story. And we are going to save this as... Oh shit, that's definitely wrong, but whatever. Or... Oh wait, this is a completely wrong thing. Okay. S8. Donkey Cabbage. Cool. Ah. Alrighty. Time to delete. Why don't I just go and start a new thing? I know that I go over this every single time, but Here's the thing, is I don't want to go and reset up all my folders repeatedly. You know what? They need to have a, Discord needs to have, like, a general mute for everything. Anyways. Okie dokie. Now we are working on the donkey cabbage! Mahahaha. Okie dokie. I need to go to here. Need to go to here. Apparently I can't spell the word yellow. Hey, that's the one I'm looking for. This is the one I'm looking for. There's no way that the donkey cabbage is a part of the other story. Bro, I don't need... How is it that the donkey cabbage keeps being, like, overlooked? I know that sounds like such a weird thing. I am reminding myself what the story is about. I should have done it last night, but to be fair, I absolutely lost my mind last night. Or I could switch over to break early and we have a 20-minute break. Who's up for that one? And I can go and look through the story as is. Okay, sounds like a good idea.
Clever Kaiju is an artist-led organization that brings visual artists together to learn, develop, create, and bring their work to the world. We host a live art show called The Pin Click and virtual labs with professional instructors. Check out our webcomics, online store, event schedule, and Discord community at cleverkaiju.com. That's Kaiju, cleverkaiju.com.
Well, that was a nice fun break, right? It was a nice long one, too. Oh, shit. Anyways. Yes, I have thoughts on this now. I reread the story. Ooh, okie dokie. And I'm not entirely sure what I want to do for it. Last time I did a donkey head for it. Oh, crap. There we go. But yeah. Yeah. Oh well. I did cabbage and donkey head. That's the whole reason why I have that there. You know what? I'm feeling a bit more Frida Kahlo right now. Yeah, let's go with that. Actually, I'm gonna look up something real quick. I'm just doing my preliminary sketches before anyone loses their mind. So, if you are... Here's a suggestion for whenever you're trying to find something. Really? This is the first time that's happened. Wow. So whenever you're trying to find something very specific about an animal, my recommendation is to holy Snickers. Is that really? Well, here's a throwback. Here you guys go. This is what all pages looked like in the 90s and early 2000s. Like, legit, this is how they used to look. And I don't necessarily mind the fact that that is a thing. Anyways, I wish it wasn't so bright, but c'est la vie. But look for the scientific name of the animal, and then go and be like, okay, what is it for? Or what is it that you're looking for? Those are bird droppings, bro. Alright, I want to double check that. Because seriously, that is like... Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. That's not the heart, that's just poop. Also, so there is like, if you are drawing an animal and you can't get the legs right, and I haven't tried this hack. I haven't tried this hack. But especially with the back legs, the best way to get a good image of them is to look for photos of when they're mating or researching things when you're mating. So all your friends will think that you are a furry. Yep. Yep. You're welcome for that. Okay, we're not looking late. We're not looking at that. Excuse me. Okay, so that first website that I showed you, that's like the 90s. This is early 2000s, where you had the stuff in the background. There you go. And yeah, most sciencey websites are very much encoded with the early 2000s style work. I'd like an actual photo. Guess you're just too damn cute. Hmm. Bugger. Okay, well, that is what it is. I'm going to go ahead and erase that and make those changes. Oh, okie dokie. is. Ha! That's interesting. Interesting. The hell? Okay, well. Oh. Apparently. There we go. Okay. Well. Um. Hmm. Oh, that's right. Orioles tend to be yellow, don't they? Cardinals are not yellow. I'm looking at up yellow birds, clearly. Okay. Yeah, that seems like a good bird to go and base things off of. Orioles or Orioles. Oh my. Well, you know. Wait, that's not what I wanted. Back. This is the one I want. Thank you, Wiki. That is a beautiful one of that. Hmm. Hmm. That's cool. Really? Oh, that's a new. Huh, that's a new thing to come across. Alrighty. Well, I guess that's as good as that's gonna get. That's fine. I'm specifically looking, trying to look for, now that I've got like the pattern and everything, I'm specifically trying to look for photos where the bird is looking up. Oh, it's the same. Okay. It's literally the same. Well, yeah, it's literally the same image. It's just cool. These are cool. Not that I'm using them, but... Oh, that's clever. Alright, no, that's off to the side. Alright, alright. Don't move their heads that much to one side or the other. From what I can see, anyways, from the photos and things like that. You're all good. Get that money. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna take a peek. Nice. Yeah, you've added some more depth. Oh my. Are you gonna start doing that with a lot of them? I'm just like... Unless you knew, it's really hard to tell, but unless you knew, it gives a good pattern. So, you definitely don't notice it as much, but that did turn out really, really well. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I meant for like your digital stuff, not so much the traditional stuff. I wouldn't figure that you would. Mm. Yeah, no, that thing looks really, really good. I thought it was initially I thought it was just a floral pattern that you applied over it. Good painting takes time. But you're also working with a lot of different colors too. I mean, you naturally you have your primaries, but are the ones that you are primarily working with, but painting takes time when you're working with lots of colors, which is why I choose so very, very little colors to use. Hmm. Really? That'll be interesting. Well, I figured as much, but that's the whole point of doing those, is to get your colors and everything. I don't... Like, I can get this to go and do certain styles. Work, which makes life really, really easy. But oh yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. Does Rebel have a GOT map? I feel like it would. Now I want to go and look that up. Anyways, you have checks to go and deposit. Yeah. Yeah. Go away. Shoo. Shoo. Go away. And now I'm on break. Woot! I have just found an image that there's no freaking way that this is a real creature. And I'm like sitting here trying to actively figure out if this is a real creature or not. I gotta look up this person. They just did a freaking amazing... Okay, so I don't know if they did it with AI or what. I am going to look this person up. I know, I'm completely sidetracked here, but... Alright, I gotta look this person up. Like, actively go and look this person up. This person is hustling. Like, they've got... I am not a fan of AI artists. However, I don't know what this one is doing. And because they are an AI artist, I'm sorry. I would love to go and be like, yeah, go check this person out, but I can't do that. I can't do that because, I was really, really, really hoping that it was just an animation thing that they did. But Not if they're using AI. And honestly, it's very, very much terrifying on that front. Because if they were able to do that with AI, that is someone who is skilled, but the problem is that they're skilled, but their work will forever be overshadowed with, are you actually skilled enough to work without that crutch? And that's going to be really, really hard to prove. Because you cannot copyright. You can go and sell AI art, but it can't be copyrighted. And it can't be, like, none of that can be done. So that is it's a shame too. It's such a shame. Like, it's very clear that they have some skills, but the question is, what are those skills? How much of it is the artist and how much of it is stolen property? God damn, I was really like going to go full bore on this. And now the reason being is because the lighting was right, and they had lots of things that were going for them, but if you look at their work, or if you look at their things, it's very, very clear that they either have found something that can do it. I really, so here it is. I am more disappointed in finding out that they are primarily using AI to create their stuff. I am more disappointed in that, and the fact that they are using AI, because I don't know what they're capable of doing. Like, if that had been like their full-on like hard work and they created that, I would be like, oh my god, 100%. But it's more like, I can't say that they cheated, because you can use generative AI to give out base, but the problem is that I don't know how much of that is base. It is how much is that of that is their thing, because the problem with working with generative AI is that unless you document it, like document the basic things, and then build off of that, it's very, very hard to prove how much of it is generative and how much of it is, and that wing is so totally wrong. They have some skills. I just would have rather see them develop the skills instead of copying somebody else's work. Now, there's a couple of reasons why I can say that they have skills. Why I'm saying that they have skills is because they had the lighting, and the animation sequences were about where they need to be on par, but I am not happy with this. I'm gonna make that a lot lighter. Then I'm gonna go here. barely see the green. It's okay though. And okay, so I found the image, I found the little video clip through a by finding it on somebody else's thing. And the kicker is that they're like, "Hey, this is my work." And they're like, "I want credit for this." And it's like, "No. No. That's the thing. AI artists cannot get credit for their work. Like, you can, but that credit means nothing. It means nothing. In the professional sense. You are not, like, your work is not protected. It is not anything. If you use AI, it is not protected. Like, you cannot protect it. Yeah, that's essentially what that comes down to. Actually, that reminds me, I need to take something out of my portfolio. Now, reason being is that I did work for a company that did want AI use in their stuff. It was more work, honestly, to deal with it. Now, what I ended up doing with that is, again, if you have a basic idea but can't come up with any images, you know, that's one thing, and you use it to come up with some sort of ideas. That is me absolutely skipping out on an incredibly important aspect. And I admit that. I full on admit that. I don't like the fact that I did it. The image did turn out pretty cute, but there were certain aspects of it I will full on admit I had no idea how I was going to render. But the cleanup on it was so much more work that I would have just been better off just doing it from scratch. But I you know, I do have access to go and create AI images. Okay, I do have access to go and create AI images, but I would much rather use them to help problem solve aspects of my images rather than trying to go and create the entirety of it. Using it as a way to problem solve, yes. Using it to go and generate the entire thing, no. No. I don't like it. And you lose, the thing is that you lose a part of yourself doing that. Or you lose the ability to refine your style, your work for doing that. Which is why, unless I am directly told, which I was informed that I should go and do it, it was my test. It will probably be my only, like, I suppose I maybe I should keep it in. It is really the only time that I've sat there and been like yes or no. it definitely was. I don't like the fact that I used it. I do not like the fact that I used it. And unless I am told by a superior to do it, I probably won't willingly go and do it. Like image generate, like at all. Again, the only time that I will willingly use it is to try and problem solve. And I have tried to use it to problem solve. Unfortunately, it did not work. It did not work. It did not understand what I was asking. It did not. It did not work out well at all. At all. It was just like, oh, we're gonna go and do it this way. It's like, this is not what I asked for. This is not what I asked for. And that's the thing, is that it's a computer. Everyone's like, oh, it's artificial intelligence. It's not artificial intelligence. It's an amalgamation of things. And I'm not a fan of how they do their business practices, but I don't really like using them. As you can very clearly tell, I'm very outspoken on it. And it does bother me a bit that I have used it, and I have used it in a professional setting. I choose not to use it for my own work. But I will say that in such a setting, in a professional setting, it's not something that should be regularly used. It's not something that should be regularly used. I cannot get this beak, so I can't. I think I'm just fired up right now. I do have a question though. One of the biggest one of the biggest arguments for it is that people have stated that art is more accessible to people now. It's like, I don't understand that. Are you saying it's more accessible because you are now able to create, well, quote unquote, create images that are are you now able to create images that are to your taste level or to your critical eye level? Okay, that doesn't make much sense. Okay, so here's a thing that all artists go through. And I don't know if people realize that artists go through this. It's one reason why artists have such a high imposter syndrome. Like, there is so many artists have a shit ton of imposter syndrome. And that is because, very specifically, because they the thing with that is that okay, how do I put this? Give me a second. What we're looking at is our current level, our current ability. Like, I'm not happy with my current ability, but you know, I also understand that I am growing as an artist and as a skill level, and the more time I put into it, the better I will end up being. As for but the thing about it is that so the reason why so many artists have the imposter syndrome is that we look at our skill level, but our ability to our like our ability to look at art critically and be able to tell good art from bad art is much higher than what our ability is to produce. So there's always this level, or for a really, really long time, like years and years and years and years. Unless you're Jaw Cooper, I'm sure that she still has it, but she has a very analytical approach to her work, which, honest to God, I am impressed with. She is amazing. Highly recommend her stuff. But she has a very analytical approach to her work. And she's able to work towards very specific goals. Unfortunately, I will not be able to find the the interview in which she's talking about that no longer exists. It was one of the absolute best interviews I've ever seen, and it was one of the most analytical ones, but that was taken offline when Fantastically Week pulled their library. So or when their library was pulled. But she has a very analytical approach to her work, and that being said, most artists do not have that analytical approach, and so we look at our work and we look at other people's work and we see where they absolutely shine at, but what we see is all of our mistakes. And especially beginning artists, I gotta get that done. But the beginning artists, they are working towards making the beginning artists, they're working towards their level and trying to refine their techniques and everything, and that's really, really hard to do. And it takes years and years and years. And one reason why it takes years and years and years is because no one hires, or people who don't have a lot of money, they go and hire beginning artists. So what generative AI has actually done is not given, or what generative AI has done has raised the bar for beginning artists. So instead of people actually going and purchasing, beginning artist work, they'll just go and type into a generative AI, be like, okay, I want this style, I want this thing. And instead of paying, 10 to $50 for a beginning artist work, they are now cutting that out and not paying these beginning artists. So that, and these beginners who can see where they want to be but can't get there, or haven't put in the hours yet, and that's where they are. They haven't put in the hours yet to get to the point that they want their work to be at, and they are looking at generative AI artists who are making bank and doing all this, and it hasn't made it more accessible. If anything, it has made it more inaccessible. Generative AI has made art more inaccessible, and this is something that I've said from the beginning. What generative AI art is doing is that it has raised the bar to the point where you have to be at a professional level before you will actually make money. And that is really, really hard for beginning and new artists. So that is the problem. And it really it hurts more than it's helping. And anyone who says that art is now more accessible, it's not. It's not. You've made it more inaccessible. Because now people aren't able to get to they're not able to reach the skills or earn the skills to reach the point that they want to be at, or what they're trying to be at. And so no, it is not helping anyone. And if that's the case, and I personally don't like it. It's a fun little like gag thing, but not at a professional level, not at a level where you're trying to earn money and trying to make a living off of this. And what you're doing is the same thing that people have done for generations. And all you're doing is encouraging these companies to say that art is terrible, or is to go and be like art is useless. It's not. If art was useless, we wouldn't have what we have today. The arts are a critical part of the human condition. And that is being taken away. And I very much regret the fact that I have done it and I have used it. It's not something I'm particularly proud of. And unfortunately, I'm also not in a position where I can openly go and tell all my bosses that no, I will never be able to go and use AI again. I will work very hard not to use AI. But generative AI. Not in the shoes. Because the thing is that you miss out on the thing is that yes, AI is a cheap source of labor. I understand that. It's cheap, it's an alternative. I'm not saying it's a great alternative, it really isn't, but it's an alternative to work to paying a person. But it's not a great alternative. It's a very it's point blank, it's a very, very bad alternative. Because you are not only depriving
Clever Kaiju is an artist-led organization that brings visual artists together to
continue
learn,
this later.
develop, create, and bring their work to the world. We host a live art show called The Pin Click and virtual labs with professional instructors. Check out our webcomics, online store, event schedule, and Discord community at cleverkaiju.com. That's Kaiju, cleverkaiju.com.
now. Sorry, I know that that's like out of the blue and everything. I was giggling because I started watching something. I should really stop watching shit. I mean, yes, but no. No, but yes. I just saw a little skit where I don't know if it's actually a TV show or what. Cat, don't do it. I'm totally doing it. These are the gremlins in my brain. Dude, it's a fucking TV series. Oh my god. Where to watch this? Bro, where to watch this? It is called Small Achievable Goals. Now, I have only seen a small little portion of it, and I want to watch more. At CBC. What the frick is CBC? What is this? Pretty much what the little skit that I watched, and for anyone who is female, the little skit was they were talking about period pain and things like that, and a male doctor decided to open his mouth when it was a private conversation. And I'm not saying right or wrong. I'm not saying it was a bad thing. I'm not saying it was a good thing. What I am saying is that he opened his mouth and then proceeded to continue to talk. And what he said is that it's totally normal for girls, her daughter, to have period pain. And the mom just about lost it on the doctor. Actually, she did lose it on the doctor, but it was very, very bad. It was very, very bad. And yeah, it's like she straight up was like, do not normalize pain. The fact that pain is normalized is so dumb. So dumb. Pain should not be normalized. Okay? Pain should not be normalized. Yes, periods suck. Still, pain should not be normalized. I don't care who you are, pain should not be normalized. Like, at all. Come on, guys, do better. Do better. Yeah, my little thing is very, very much has disappeared. And here's the crazy part of this, okay? So and this is something that I've got an amazing friend. I have an amazing friend. And they have chronic migraines. And I was talking to them about it, or they happened to mention their migraines again. I was like, oh, that's odd. You haven't had it in a while. And they were like, No, I just don't mention them anymore. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Don't you dare. Actually, I should. Well, they don't have Insta. They're a good person. But like, don't normalize pain and don't stop talking about it. Be the broken record. Be the fucking annoying person. Because you know what? And this is specifically for women. This is specifically for women. Because we have been taught, we have been conditioned until the latest generation that that pain is normal for us. We should always be in pain, and if there is pain, we shouldn't talk about it. That's bullshit. Because you want to know something? I have never not heard a man complain about pain unless it's incredibly chronic. Okay? Like if it's like every day, it's chronic. Like I have never not heard a man complain about pain. Okay? Never. Never. So, abso-freaking-lutely, go and complain about pain. All right? Go and complain about pain, because abso-freaking-lutely go do it. And I'm not saying this because, just because a guy does it. No. See, women have been working to be treated equal. Of course, right now with things that are going on, it's even more important for us to go and be treated equal. By being treated equal, that also means that that if a guy does it, that a woman does it. So here's the thing, is that here's one of the things I've heard, and I actually really do think it's true, because it seems to be the most accurate understanding, or it seems it's the most logical thing I can think of, right? One reason, like there's a theory, and I've heard this 2-3 years ago. But there is a theory that the reason why boys who feel easily emasculated don't like men who are not that, men who are not, or who are gay, or men who are trans, is because the boys, and I am using boys, so there's a reason why I'm using boys, is because by using the term boys is that boy is indicative of somebody who has not grown up, who has not grown into a man. Because my definition, now this is my definition of a man is somebody who treats people like people, all people, with the exception of very, very few. And the reasons why they don't treat those people like people is because they have done things that are terrible. Arists, Peists, all the bad things that no one talks about, but do terrible things to people, male or female, and they do that because they are trying to protect those around them. Similarly, women are the same thing. I have noticed that one of the terms, and it actually has started pissing me off, is that one of the terms that people have started using when it comes to women, or one of the things that people go and say is girlfriend, or else we call girl has been always indicative, or girl as far as I have seen and felt and experienced, has always been indicative of a not fully grown person who was female. So whenever I hear the term girlfriend or go get it girl, you know, yes, those roll off the tongue very, 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 very easily. And I have caught myself doing it. And I am working hard to change my language. But I have found that especially these boys, they will use that terminology to put women down, along with bitch, but that's an entirely different kettle of fish. So but it is something that has been used. Language is a weapon. Language is the most dangerous weapon of all. And governments understand that. It's why freedom of speech is such an important amendment, along with the ability to defend yourself. So, now, that being said, all right, I know I started this soapbox. These boys, these boys are afraid of these different groups treating them like they treat women. And I feel like that is the best explanation for their, for their responses, for their reactions and why they do things. And fear is the reason why people do a lot of the things that they go and do. And that's true, because fear is what has saved humans, and it's a very basic response to things. And we are supposed to be, as a species, growing, evolving, and becoming better versions of ourselves. Until we can overcome our fear of others, that's going to be a thing that will hamper us a great deal. It's one reason why Star Trek is such an important show, and why Doctor Who was equally. I have not seen the latest episodes of Doctor Who. I have been a very big fan of the show for my entire collegiate career, and even afterwards, I am still a fan of the show. However, I will say with the blonde female doctor, I was very upset about that series, upset with it, and I have kind of pulled back away from it. I am no longer like trying to get the episodes to go and see them as quickly as possible. I have vastly stepped away from it, and I know that I've missed some really, really good episodes because of that. But and I have reasons for it. I'm not just saying it because she's different. No. I've been wanting a female doctor for freaking ever. And but I don't view her as a doctor, one of the doctors. What really turned me off, and this was something that has been a part of the Doctor forever, was she said that you are not listening to me because I am a woman, to one of the things. She's like, if I was a man, and you would be listening to me. Now, historically, that is not an inaccurate statement. But that is not a doctor statement. Because the doctor has been in situations, now granted the doctor has not been in a situation in the prior to her where everybody was in the thing was female, with the exception of the fires of Pompeii, where the hierarchy was all female. But the doctor has always been a proponent of women's rights and the women's ability to lead. However, the doctor has also sat there and manipulated. The thing that makes the doctor so powerful is the fact that very rarely have they ever used a gun or confronted something directly unless they absolutely had to. And that episode, it was not necessary for the doctor to go and confront it directly. It was not necessary for them to go and do that task. It was very much in a way where they could have manipulated the situation and to receive the favorable outcome and help with to better help the very bigoted opposite character. It was very, very unlike the doctor, and that is how come I'm not a fan of her of that particular generation. Like, I gave a lot of passes. And then later on there was another thing, at which point I was just like, this is bullshit. They are not the end all be all. They have never been the end all be all. They have been the most annoying little fucker around. That is the whole gag of the doctor. All right. So I have not seen anything past her. So I don't know if that has been rectified. I don't know how they have changed it, or if they have changed it. But what I do know is that as far as that's concerned, I am disappointed in the path that they chose to take. And that, especially being as excitable as I was, I will say that the second season of her is a little bit better, but it is not at the level that I feel the doctor should be at. So, but that is me. But then again, I have not seen all of William Hartnell's or I always forget his name, but the second doctor. I haven't seen all of their episodes. So I could be wrong about them coming in contact with a society that was based entirely purely female. But yes. I really, really, really am hoping, but I'm very, very cautious about that hope right now. However, I will definitely say that they predicted the whole microplastics in like her episode series. Like, I will give credit where credit is due. There was an episode where they were talking about the plastics and discussing how to solve that issue. And very specifically, they talked about a fungi getting into the blood-brain barrier and killing people. Like, very specifically. And right now, since microplastics have, there is a thing where the microplastics have breached the blood-brain barrier, and scientists have found microbes and things like that are eating plastics. So, again, this was one of her episodes, and they did address this in there. And it's like, oh shit, we're all gonna die because of this. And I'm like, guys, please tell me you are actively taking care of this whole like blood-brain barrier thing, because if something happens, we are all screwed. We're all screwed. So, like I said, I will give credit where credit is due, but still not one of my favorites. Anyways, thank you for joining me today. I know I did not get a bunch of stuff done today, and I am slightly apologetic over it. However, I did cover a lot of other things. So again, thank you for joining me today. I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow, where we will continue doing this bird. Maybe I'll actually finish it. However, thank you guys. Stay safe out there. See you tomorrow.